Hello! There we go. Apparently my microphone decided that it should default to no microphone instead of my actual microphone. So, hello everyone. As you can see in the text scrolling past, we're currently pulling down the WebKit source code. So for anyone just joining who didn't watch Monday's stream, the plan is tonight, on Monday, we got this nice little Windows 95 VM setup. So this is hopefully going to be interesting. So the plan here is I have a install of Windows 95, and tonight the goal is going to be to take this right here, in particular, the very, very nice Internet Explorer 5.5. Do they have a copyright on this? I don't see a copyright for it. But this is a quite old version of Internet Explorer. It's actually so old that I can't go to most websites with it, because anything that uses modern SSL refuses to send things to this, because this is using, like TLS 1.2, I think it is, which everybody just refuses to use now because it's broken and bad, and you should not use that. In any case, the goal is, today, we're going to take a look at Internet Explorer. Hopefully, we're going to manage to not only crash it, but find is a little bit of a loose term here, but find and exploit whatever it is that comes out of this. So the reason why I say that find is kind of a loose term is because we're not actually going out, we're not finding a real 0 day here. We're not going out on our own and discovering something brand new. Instead, because this is at least 16-year-old, I'm sorry, I don't know enough about crypto. I was guessing TLS 1.2. I actually have no idea what this actually supports. It is old, to say the least, and the SSL does cause problems for loading most websites. But as far as tonight's stream is, we're gonna try and use the modern test suite that WebKit puts out to test this ancient version of Internet Explorer. And the hope here is that that causes it to crash painfully and terribly, and hopefully in ways that are interesting. So, like I mentioned, I think oh geez. So one of the downsides of this VM is that my mouse doesn't work right in it. It's doing some sort of acceleration stuff, so if I move a little bit too fast, it's going to jump on me. It's one of those things where we're using modern hardware, or relatively modern hardware. It's a 3 or 4 year old computer now, but relatively modern. And we're virtualizing an operating system which is 22 years old. I think we're using a slightly more recent update. We're not using bare Windows 95 from 95. We're at least using one that's been updated a little bit because it has a more modern version of Internet Explorer on it. So there's a little bit of catches we've had to deal with for that. If you're interested in it, Monday's stream, there is a recording of it, and that is all of the painful parts of trying to get this to actually work. No. Come on. I have to go out on the bottom and then around, and now I can click on the tab I want. So the downside here is that, so I started doing a SVN clone of the WebKit source code. I started this about 15 minutes ago, and it's still going. If you're not aware of it, so I guess to start from, a little bit of a background here. For quite a while, both Chrome and Firefox and Safari and a whole bunch of other things used WebKit to do their rendering. So all the stuff... you can actually see our. So all the stuff up here, it would be like Chrome unique stuff. But the way that we actually rendered HTML, a lot of that was using WebKit to do it. Now, more recently, the Chrome developers have switched from WebKit to V8, and they're doing something else now. I'm sure somebody who knows browsers better than me can definitely tell you exactly what Chrome is currently using. I think because I think they pulled out parts of V8, maybe? So V8 is their JavaScript engine, and they're using something else too, and it's complicated, and modern browsers are incredibly complex pieces of technology. They've been the modern browsers have been under development for something like 20 years now for a lot of this stuff. Like Firefox on its own has, well, let's see here. Firefox, the initial release was in 2002. It has been under constant development for over 15 years. It's got a lot behind it. And the good thing for us is that these are good developers. They're trying to make a good browser, a product that works reliably, and importantly, a product that doesn't have a whole bunch of vulnerabilities throughout it. And the way that they've done this is, in a lot of cases, they've gone and they've said, here, this is something which fails. So this is one of the examples out of the WebKit test suite. Let's actually start here real quick. So this is the layout tests, which is, it's a massive directory here. I guess before we go into this too much, I should talk about the setup a little bit that we're using here. So this VM right here it's just a basic Ubuntu 1604 VM that I stood up a little over half an hour ago. It's got Apache running on it. It's got a few different source code or source management stuff so I can pull down different things. And I've pulled down both the WebKit source code as well as the V8 source code. I started with V8 because it was the easiest one to find in Google. Unfortunately, the V8 tests, as you would expect, if I would have thought about it a little bit more, most of those are all JavaScript. The V8 tests care more about testing JavaScript than they do about anything else. The downside is that while I want to run JavaScript, I can't just give one of these JavaScript source files to Internet Explorer 5.5 and have it do anything useful at all. So after that, I went in, I grabbed the WebKit source tree, and as you can see, we're just sitting here in a Apache var www directory, and we've just pulled everything down here so we can take a look at it. And we've got this WebKit source code here. One of the things that we are going to make extensive use here of are these layout tests. And what are they? So WebKit layout test. Thanks for the redirect. They're used by their stuff to test components. I thought there was an actual distinction between the layout tests and the JS tests, but I'm not actually familiar with what they are. The important thing for me is that the layout tests include a whole bunch of different things, which are like this. So these are all test cases that over the years of development of the WebKit software, the developers have found, or have been reported, or what have you, that all of these things they have 1,627 test files, which should all crash some version of WebKit. So they won't necessarily crash. I don't think there is any version of WebKit where these will all crash, but there is some version of WebKit that each of these 1600 files will crash. And the idea here is that we can take these files, we can plug them in to Internet Explorer, and they should just work. Some set of these will cause crashes in Internet Explorer, and with that, hopefully at least, we're going to be able to actually take it and craft that into something that's an actual exploit of the browser. And to demonstrate one of these, and I certainly hope this doesn't cause any problems, let's take a media adapt node crash. So apparently for some version of WebKit, rendering this, and this is just, so what are they doing here? They're loading a media file, or they're loading some JavaScript, they're going to run it. This JavaScript does quite a bit of complex stuff. Tests that we don't crash when moving a video element to a new document. So, not quite sure how this is supposed to work, but this test case at some point caused a crash in some version of WebKit. And that's a good sign, because we should be able to take these then and pass them into a into IE and hopefully get something useful. So, with that said, we have everything pulled down. There is one thing that I want to do here that I haven't done yet, and I'm not entirely sure what the best way to do it is. So we have this list of test files. So, for example, which of these is going to be old? So one of the problems we're going to run into here is that things like SVG animations, I'd be a little bit surprised if the ancient version of IE that we're using actually supports it. Right. So the media stuff probably won't work very well. The SVG stuff I'd be a little surprised about. The MathML stuff, I'd be kind of shocked if that does anything. These plugins won't do anything. But some of this, like HTTP tests, some of the security stuff, that might do something. The WebSocket stuff definitely won't. But some of the things like forms, this would, let's take a look at this one. So this is WebKit, fast, forms, text area, dash submit, crash. So, hello everyone, it's nice to see you. So this, at some point, crashed a browser. And so we should be able to come in here. Oh no, my mouse. I want to click this box. We want to go here. I also don't have a scroll wheel, which is one of the more annoying things to me when I'm working in a VM, especially an old VM like this. It comes up a surprisingly large amount that the old OSs don't support the scroll wheel on your mouse. They also don't support all the fancy buttons that most modern mice have. And you don't really realize how dependent you are on all those hotkeys and using a scroll wheel and getting around fast like that until all of a sudden I can't use any of it. What? Oh, text area submit. There we go. So, in theory, if I click on this, at least some version of WebKit would have crashed. It does not crash here. Well, that's interesting. Does pressing middle mouse work for scrolling in IE5? It might. I don't think the Windows 95 that we have here actually knows what to do with the... I'm actually not sure how we're passing the input to this, even. So VMware is masking this somehow. So I press the button on my mouse. It's a USB mouse, so it gets converted and sent over the USB to my desktop, which then has to process it and send it through to the VM. I'm not actually sure how the VM is like passing that along to the guest here. It's entirely possible that they're just emulating PS2 stuff. But the short version is, I can't use a lot of the things that I've gotten really used to using. But let's give a few of these a try before we give up and test case for bug. Well, that did not crash, so that's good. We already clicked on that one. That one does not crash. And so I'm only doing a few of these manually in order to demonstrate, because I was... Okay, that's interesting. So this might actually be crashing, and that they're somehow recovering it. I don't know. I don't have the slightest clue how Windows 95 actually does a lot of the recovery stuff. But if we keep going in here, we should find one. And again, my guess here is that it's going to be pretty easy to get some of the stuff to crash, because this is an ancient version of Internet Explorer. Come on. Unfortunately, I don't even have a really good way of checking a lot of this stuff. Interesting. But, so the other problem we have here is we don't actually have a particularly good way of debugging this even. Even though we have all this stuff, actually debugging it is going to be kind of difficult, because Windows 95 and 98 and Windows ME were all still using the DOS kernel stuff. At least that's my understanding. As you can see here, we've pulled up an MS-DOS prompt, not a command prompt. This is actually the prompt to the underlying MS-DOS kernel stuff. Which means a lot of the improvements that were made with the NT kernel we can't use. For instance, with something that's running on the NT kernel, like I believe Windows 2000 was the first NT, like really public stuff. There is all of the old like Windows NT itself stuff, but those we could attach with Windbg, and we could use Windbg with it, and it would work. With Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows 2000, or Windows ME, not 2000, because 2000 and ME are two very different things. Those we can't use most of these modern debugging tools. So all these tools that have been built up over the years to make it easier to do a lot of this stuff, we just can't use. Windows 95 does not support them. Nothing supports them. So it's going to be a trick for us to be able to actually do anything with it. But what are we going to do, right? Let's think about this for a minute. We currently have all of these tests. We have a directory. If I can get over to it, we can relatively easily create... if I can type a password, we can relatively easily create this list of things that should cause a crash, if we could actually get it to crash. But in terms of which of these are going to be the most useful, I'm not actually sure. Because a lot of these things, like, there's so many CSS crashes that have been found over the years, just all sorts of CSS processing bugs that, while these are specific to WebKit, the assumption here is that some set of them will also cause problems. We don't need any specific one of these test cases to cause a problem. We need one of them out of all 1,627 to cause a crash. And if we do, we're getting someplace. But we need a way to automate this. There's no way I'm going to sit here and go through and click manually on 1,627 of these. So what's the best way to do it? Let's start with, can I run... So I can run Internet Explorer this way. I can't run it in debug because why would I be able to do that? That's just silly, right? If I do iExplore google.com, this goes to google.com. As you'll notice, it's actually interesting. Google will still give us a non-SSL version. For some reason, I seem to remember having heard at one point that Google stopped doing that. But I guess that isn't true. Like, I thought Google was SSL by default, but it must be SSL by default if it has detected that you can support it, not just you will use SSL or else you won't use Google. So it's an option for us. What we can do is we can take this list and turn it into a batch file to run to load up individual instances of Internet Explorer and run those. Why is that a bad idea? Like, it feels like there's a good reason it's a bad idea. Because my guess is if we do... It did return. Well, we're going to overload this machine very quickly. What's the worst that happens? So we have this right here. We're going to take this list. This is all of those. Actually, let's... So we want to find in WebKit / layout tests those. That looks good. And we're going to dump all of those into a IE test.bat. So we now have IE test.bat. I need line numbers. We have all 1,627 of these. So, so what we're going to do here is we're going to write a Vim macro real quick. If you're not familiar with it, a Vim macro will let us do, I'm going to press QQ, which is starting a macro, and we're saving it into the Q register. I'm going to insert iExplore, and then we're going to do http://192.168.5.3131. That's the IP address of this VM. We're going to insert another /. We're going to go down a line. We're going to start here. We've finished the macro. So to finish the macro, I hit Q again. And what a macro is in Vim, it's going to take the series of key presses I just did. So I did QQ, which started the macro, and then I did iExplore space http:// blah, 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 escape, down, caret, so shift 6, to take us back to the start of the line. And that should let us I can now do @Q, which runs the exact same set of things. I can now do V, which enters visual mode. I'm then going to hit G to highlight everything from the second line all the way down to the bottom. Colon, which lets me run a command. I'm going to do norm. Norm is going to set us to normal mode. So for every one of these lines, we're going to do a thing. I'm then going to do @Q. So basically, this is going to say, for every line in this file, run this macro. That's it. We've now gone through and added this to every single line all the way through here. And this is the magic of Vim. It's the reason why a lot of people, like, once you use Vim a lot, you get faster and faster at doing things, and you want to use Vim more and more. So we should have this here. We should be able to come up to, there's not a directory here. We called this ietest.bat. That is indeed what we called it. Save it to disk. Sure, we're going to save it in the home directory, or the C directory. So if we go to cd c:/, can I run it? Wrap. Cd to program files, cd to Internet Explorer, and then I want to copy c:/ietest.bat to the current directory. I have an ietest.bat. And of course, the thing you're hearing there is me trying to tab complete and failing because MS-DOS didn't have tab complete. That is a modern innovation that was not there 20 years ago. What? Oh. Ha! That's silly. I have forgotten I don't have the right line endings here. So, yep. We're gonna come in here, sudo su. I'm gonna type in my password again, and I'm going to try and talk over it so that all of you people who are recording this and have the like microphone keyboard to keyboard conversions going don't actually know what my password here is. Not that it matters, but please don't steal all my stuff. What? So because I'm lazy here, there's actually a nice convenient package available to convert for me rather than having to go through all the troubles of changing things manually. So we have this. We're going to download it again. This time it should hopefully actually work. We want to delete ietest.bat. We're going to copy, not cp, copy, test ietest.bat to the current directory. Don't actually need to... There we go. So this is a little bit what I was concerned about, is we're getting all these things to load. They don't close, though. So at some point, this is just going to cause problems. I mean, sooner or later, this is going to cause crash, but it's not going to get us everywhere that we want to go. I guess I can manually go through and close all these. That would kind of work. Oh no! But... Oh, no, I can't even get where I want to go because I can't... Getting to that top right corner is so difficult. With whatever acceleration is going on, actually getting to that corner is a little bit tricky. I want to get back to my command prompt. There we go. Nope. Yes, cancel. Okay, so that works. Task kill? Is that what it's called? Help? Okay, to Google. DOS kill process. From a command prompt, I need MS-DOS. But it says task kill wasn't a thing. Is there a way to do this? That's going to be awkward if there isn't. Windows 95. Okay, so this is a list of commands. Great. So exits the interpreter. Don't want to erase anything. Just load high. Loads a program into the upper memory area. Yeah. Interesting. I don't need to make a directory. Don't need to mess with the prompt. I know what time it is. Yeah. This is going to be tricky if we can't close them automatically. Is there a sleep, maybe? If we slept, we can just let them run. This does not look good. This does not look promising. How about I explore. Do you have switches? Thanks. That is not what I wanted at all. I do love that so much for Netscape users. Because of course they had help files if you were migrating from Netscape Navigator to Internet Explorer. So look at the start command. No, you're going in the opposite direction that I want you to, mouse. Okay, so I can run the new program, minimized, maximized, restored, and I can do not return until it exits. I can do that. Come on, let's get out of here. So we're going to come around here. We want to go back to this terminal. Yes, I know that this is still, actually, let's just open it. So QQ start/w that. Yes, so this will start 1600 Explorer processes, which is probably not ideal. At least not if we want this to, finish. So we have this. We're going to grab a new version, save it. Yes, I want you to overwrite that. Close. And we're going to del I test.bat. We're going to copy IE test.bat to current directory. Oh, wait, I can't even hit up. Oh, MS-DOS. We've come so far since you were a thing. Okay, so if this works properly, then I should be able to IE test, and this loads 1. And until I close this, you're not supposed to do anything. Why do I have 2? Oh, why thank you, Jacob. No. Did this not save properly? This didn't save properly. Oh no, we're back to, no. Gotta go faster. Come on, I can move down here. I'm control-C'ing, why won't you close? What? I want you to stop. Stop! Stop! I just... Okay. It went away. I think at this point, I'm going to reboot this VM because, I don't trust some of those error messages as I was getting there. Ooh, I didn't realize I messed up my text there while this rebooted. While this is rebooting, I'm going to fix this because I didn't realize that, this text was so, broken. That's too small. That'll do. Ah, there we go. Yep, I set it and then didn't think about it. So, we have this. We're back here. So painful to use this mouse. It's definitely one of those you don't know what you have until you lose it type of things. Like, I don't think about mice operating properly, because why wouldn't they operate properly? And that's a topic for another stream. IE test.bat. So this does not have the start in it for some reason. So we saved this. It's here. It's correct, at least on this side. So why is this side not correct? 192.168. Save this. Yes. Yes. Close. I want to delete IE test.bat. Oh, did I forget to delete it? Does it by default not copy and also not error? Type IE test.bat. There we go. So this should be somewhat manageable. The downside is we still don't have a way to close these automatically, which means that every single one of these, like I'm gonna have to sit here and go Alt F4. This is painfully slow. So this isn't going to work either. I was hoping this would work, but I can't sit here for, what on earth were they doing on this thing? Like going through and closing each and every one of these manually over the course of, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It takes about 5 seconds per test, so that is, what is that? 8,000 seconds? 80,000 seconds? 80,000 seconds, that's right. No, 8,000 seconds. Which is only, 80,000 seconds is 100 and, about 2 hours? I guess I was sitting here for 2 hours and we're going to manually press all these buttons. This doesn't crash pretty fast. This is going to be a pretty boring stream if I'm going to do this manually. Doesn't sysinternals have a... Let's investigate that. So, sysinternals, I want just sysinternals. So the real question is, they have a lot of stuff. Will they work on Windows 95? Some of their stuff does. Because Mark Rusinovich has been doing this stuff for quite a long time, but as far as I'm aware, it, well, system information? I would like to have some information about these before I just download them. Don't care about the... You guys can read this, right? So, like, the blue screen thing definitely works for it. Because it says it does. NT... I want... Oh, PS kill? PS kill. So it only lists NT. Wow. It requires a Windows Vista or higher. That's unfortunate. Maybe a JavaScript harness in IE to load pages in a frame. That's bad idea. So I can totally do that. So instead of having a batch file to do this, we could write some JavaScript to load an iframe, verify that it has loaded, and then close it. Because I think iframes work. I'll bet that that's a thing that we can do. You can see the research I was doing Monday afternoon to make sure I could maybe get Windows 95 to work. That seems plausible. So now I have to remember how to actually do that. JavaScript, iframe. Yeah, this is going to be exciting, isn't it? So I want to... I could just create a whole bunch of iframes. I can have one page that loads all the other pages in iframes. That's gonna break everything, isn't it? That sounds wonderful. I'm totally gonna do that one. Okay, so to the Ubuntu machine. As you can see, my my JavaScript and HTML, not so good. I definitely have to use the W3 Schools stuff all the time. So I want to find all these again. I guess this is in this terminal. Find all these things again. And instead of ietest.bat, we're going to do crash.html. Oh, you were overthinking this. I am not going to use a modern API. I'm just going to load all these pages in iframes and run out of memory and hope for the best. Doing this an intelligent way is... we're going to try this the stupid way first. Let's start there. Q, HTML, a body. Oh, nope. QQ. iframe src is equal to HTTP 5131. Looks good. Ta-da! And just to verify that this works, 192 that thing / crash.html. And this is going to do awful things to this browser, isn't it? I really like how that displays it, though. Like, that's actually really cool. I'm actually a little bit surprised this worked so well. Like, in modern Chrome, like, I'm not surprised it doesn't crash modern Chrome. I'm a little surprised that, like, that looks kind of presentable. So, we have this. I want to do shift and... Goodbye, browser. It's been nice knowing you. See, look at that. So it did, in fact, cause a crash. Okay. I want the technical information. Okay. Yes, we'll have to come up with a better way to search for this. But the just load everything in an iframe, I guess, works. So let's take a look at this crash report. So the good thing here is that this crash report tells us a lot of information. Man, this is actually like a useful Is this basically like a mini dump? Because this is almost all the information in a mini dump. Yeah, having it in this, like, awful format is bad, but... Like, it even has, like, memory stuff dumped out for me. I don't think I can copy and paste out of the VM is the problem. Like, I think I can copy and paste, I just don't think I can get it out of the VM. Man, look at that! That is so nice looking. Send. I'm really curious, like, does that go anywhere? I really hope there's somebody at Microsoft who is, like, getting a notification from their, like, completely unused crash reporting server saying, you found a crash! Like, that's cute. I hope that, like, I really hope this connects out and actually goes someplace. Yeah, like there's good reasons not to do this. But we had that, and that worked. How about if I get kind of clever here? So I want to do... Okay, I want W3 schools. I want to do a document.write. If I do document.write, it writes into the document. Will that actually create an iframe? JavaScript create iframe. I mean, it says it's connected to something, and it says it did something. I don't know what it did, and I really hope there's somebody at Microsoft who is now going to have to look at an IE5 crash report and see what's going on. Pastebin. Of course, I don't have anything modern that would actually be able to do that. Pastebin.com. It's a .com, right? Pastebin? Like, I'm sure there is some Pastebin clone that will work. I want the exact opposite of an encrypted pastebin. I want you put this stupid thing on the internet and it will just take stuff in and out. Well, that's fine. In any case, we need to search through these a little bit more intelligently. So instead of... Will that work? Textuploader.com. Ah, look at that! It loads! Cool! So we have a good way to get stuff off now, if we want to. But I have a web page hosted online and would like to make it possible to insert an iframe onto another web page using some JavaScript. That looks pretty reasonable. Like, this is basically what I want to do. I want to do this, and I want to do this with a sleep involved with it. So, JavaScript sleep. What is the JavaScript version of sleep? Okay. Q, we're going to quit this. We're going to start over again here. I want crash.html. So we've got all this. HTML, body, script type is equal to text/JavaScript. I want to declare a function to make frame. This accepts an argument, which is URL. Do I not have set auto indent? There we go. So we're going to make URLs. Var iframe is equal to document.create element iframe. iframe.set attribute src URL. And I don't care about setting the width and height of it, but I do want to do a document.body.append child iframe. Writing JavaScript. Oh yeah, this is going to be exciting if this actually works. Okay, so we did some stuff here. I then want to make frame of that. Oh, and I should actually close this bracket, shouldn't I? Slash script. Five, 1, 3, 1. Okay. So this should create an iframe, right? That thing. So at the very bottom of all of this, I should see one iframe. I do not see one iframe. Isn't iframe the var? Yes. Maybe I should set a size and width. Typo alert. I did a iframe. Oh, yes. Why didn't that cause an error? Oh, JavaScript, how do you ever work? Oh, look at that. That totally worked. Okay, that worked here. And if I come in here, 192.168/crash.html. Ooh, that worked too. Look at that. Okay, so that worked. Cause an error in a dev tool. Yeah. So can I see JavaScript check if iframe loaded? Oh yes, I definitely want to do this crap, what is that called? The I can't remember what the syntax is. Yes, I want to know. I want to use onload. Can I do onload on an iframe? jQuery. That's what I was looking for. jQuery. iframe.content.window. Okay. So how do I do this? So I have the iframe. Return. I can return a thing, right? Return iframe. Var f is equal to this. F. That's not a bad idea. So I could just... So I should be able to do f.content_window.onload is equal to function make frame right. So this works the way that I think it works. Make frame is going to return the iframe. We take our iframe. We say when that loads, I want you to go to Google. That did not work. Oh. Okay, I will totally buy that that's a thing that we should do in browsers. So, that worked. But I can't chain these, can I? Can I? This hurts my head. Like, I want to, every time one of these iframes loads, load up the next one. How do I create an array? JavaScript array. It's an array. So if I create an array of these things, I can pop off an array, right? Arrays are objects. Great, don't care. I want to pop off an array. I don't need to recognize an array. JavaScript array pop. Shift? I can do shift. That is hilarious that the first version of IE to support the array.pop is IE 5.5. How convenient for us. Okay. So, we need to take... Ooh, we should... So we're going to put this back here. Make frame r.pop. To remove the first element, use shift. I don't care which one I use. Is shift better? That is hilarious to me that IE 5.5, the version we're using, is the first one to support this. Var f is equal to that. Can I iterate through these? Like, I want to do like while array.pop JavaScript. Look at this. Thanks, Google. I'm so glad that everyone has already written all the code that I want to have. While u is equal to r.pop f dot on the content window dot. How did we do that again? Oh no, how did we do that again? Sources. We said content window dot onload is equal to function f is equal to make frame u. Right? That looks right. I will totally buy that this is how things are supposed to work. Okay. So now all we need to do is d5d? It's not a correct way, I think, because onload is called by callback. We'll find out. R is equal to this, QQ, insert http ://192.168.5.131 slash comma q. We want to do this for all of those. Doop. Okay. This might work. clearly the most dangerous thing to say. Okay. Iframe is not defined. Oh. Apparently I reverted too far. Cannot read content window of undefined. The loop will finish before iframe loads. Ooh. So what's the best way to do this then? So why don't I just do it this way, right? We do that. U is equal to array.pop. That might work. Nope. U is not defined. Okay, set new. Okay. Var U is equal to true. Oh. I should do this the right way and do array.pop. There we go. Refresh. Cannot read content of undefined. That's unfortunate. It works once, and then it doesn't work. If only I actually knew how to do JavaScript. This is one of the few times that I wish I knew JavaScript better, as opposed to wishing I didn't know JavaScript at all. So what else can I do? Like, I want to chain these things. This appears to be a thing. Okay, so this is what Anemone says I should be doing because he knows JavaScript and I don't. Wow. This is a thing. Okay. So I'm going to copy all of this. We're going to go like that. Actually, we're gonna go like that. Seriously? Okay, we're gonna... Oh, this is the worst of all of the worlds, isn't it? I apparently don't have the tool set up in here. Of course I don't have the tool set up in here. Okay, we're going to rewrite this. So, function frame URI, you're even calling it a real name? It's a URI. Iframe is equal to document.create element iframe. Iframe.set attribute src URI. Document.body.append child iframe return iframe. Okay, we've done that. Function async loop. If r.length is equal to 0, return. You're even handling error cases. Look at that. Frame array.pop. Where did frame come from? Should it be iframe? Content window dot onload is equal to function set timeout async loop 500. Frame is the function. Oh, frame is a function. Frame is a function. Slash script slash body slash HTML. I can't copy and paste into this VM. For whatever reason, the way that it's set up, the VM, like we don't have the tools to actually copy and paste into this. So that did a thing. Did a thing. Okay. When do we get to the next one? Okay. Yeah, not being able to copy and paste is the worst. So we pulled this off and did the first one. I want to do document.write 1. So setting timeout is in milliseconds, right? So I would expect this to add a 1 every half second, right? It finished, but it didn't do anything. Check if onload fires. Document.write 2. It does not. So the iframe.on. Okay, so this is not working. Okay. I'm so glad somebody here actually knows how to do JavaScript. So when we do that, the onload isn't firing, which means, you know what? I'm okay with this. This is not ideal, but it is good enough. And instead of rather than trying to get clever with it, we're just going to say, you know what? Run one of these every second. What? Come on. Come on. Yep. Come on. 921685131/crash.html. Wait, really? So we're getting progress here, right? So we wrote the 1. We only wrote 1 though. Was set timeout not a thing this long ago? JavaScript set timeout. No, it was in 4.0. You had it. Why did you not use it? So supposedly this is supported in IE 4.0. So why are you only loading one thing? Tests at clearing the autoplay not permitted restriction. One thing that's worth checking here is that we're actually loading, like this is the last file. Is there anything silly we're doing here? So we pop something off. We wait a second. And we call it again. So I would expect this to work. You know, assuming that async loop works. Okay, so this is actually all over the place, so that's not going to work well. What if I get rid of... Is this a comment in JavaScript? Like a double quote a comment? It would appear that it's a comment. Yeah, we are totally only executing this once. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, is this something old that, like... Check the error down in the bottom. So the error is on text uploader, which we were going to potentially use for something else. So it would appear that W3 schools may be lying to us. And that set timeout is not supported on ancient versions of Windows. Okay. So what I'm actually thinking, in quotes, sure, I can try it in quotes. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. At the top level, set interval. Okay, I can do set interval. So we want to do set interval async loop 1. One, two. It runs it once. I'm not crazy here, right? If I come back here, like this is totally doing what I want it to do. How is it running it once and not... So we can call it recursively. The problem is we want it to finish loading one iframe before loading the next iframe, which is dumb, but... No. Even if modern JavaScript would do the optimizations, I can't imagine that the JavaScript from 16 years ago even comes close to it. Like, it's plausible to me that some version of JavaScript would optimize that, but this version almost certainly does not. So... it worked. once. You know what? Let's close this and reload it and see what happens. Like, we've messed with this a little bit. What? What is this? No, we're not going to do that. No, we don't want to try and upgrade to Opera, Modern Opera. Oh, this is so painfully slow. Okay, Opera is doing the same thing. What the crap is going on? Do we maybe not have timers? Like, does this VM not have time set up properly? Maybe that's a thing. Okay. Come on. Get out of here. Can I get a URL variable out of So this is going to write, if we just let it run, it's going to write all of them as fast as it can, which is not what we want. We want it to take as long as possible. You know what? We can just do it this way. And this is bad, and it's the worst. Okay, so we're going to be stupid here, and we're going to say, I want... No, I don't want that. I want to... We're just going to run something in a loop and let it be stupid. Can I do, like, exponentiation? I don't actually want to use POW. I want to use, like... no multi-threading. That's a good point. We don't... This is all going to be single-threaded, isn't it? How does this even work, then? What am I doing? For var I is equal to 0, I is less than OX. That many... Is that what SetInterval does? JavaScript SetInterval. So... while var u is equal to array.pop, set interval async loop. Or no, I want to do frame. I do string concatenate this shit in this way, right? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I've broken everything. That is what I want to do. I don't know if you guys actually saw that or not. I accidentally triggered the magnifier on Windows, and it made everything break for me. Yep, I can do string concatenation that way. Plus u plus close quote. Right? That looks right. No, I want to do for var I is equal to 0, I is less than array dot length, I plus plus. U is equal to, why is that coloring it that way? That should let you type now. I think that'll work. If you want to repaste it. Like, I think I just gave you permissions to post URLs and stuff. U is equal to array.pop. There we go. That's exactly what I was trying to write. For var I is equal to 0, I is less than 1700, I plus plus. Why is Vim colorizing it that way? Set timeout async loop. Yeah, I like that. Okay. That might work. Refresh. No, that's your stuff. I want my stuff, which is 192, that. In Chrome it works. Okay. In modern Chrome, this works the way I want it to work. In ancient Internet Explorer, why do you hate me? Why do you hate me, Internet Explorer? Okay, so apparently, ancient Internet Explorer just doesn't care what I want to do. Click on, ooh, I do have an error. I have an error now. Show details. Ooh. Okay. I know there. Wait, is this going to fail if the iframe has an error? Right, but like, is that the entire problem we've been having here? That when we load that first iframe, the page in the iframe has an error. Wait, what? No, I want to view source. Let me view your source. What? 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 I am so confused right now. Oh, hey, look at that. That did a thing. Okay, so we got an iframe. We got an iframe and an iframe. That looks like what I kind of expect to see. That, not so much what I expected to see, but... Hmm. How do I get a JavaScript random number? Math.random. So... if I do document.location, if I... Right, so... can I just pop... I just want to grab a random one, load it in an iframe. What about this? I want to do... so... frame... 192.168.5131/crash.html. This is how we're going to do this recursively. And I want to do frame array math.random times array.length. Right? That looks like a thing. A thing that will crash my computer terribly, but a thing, right? Undefined was not found. Let's inspect this element. So this... this loaded the iframe properly. This did not. Right, so that's intentional. Because this will get us recursion if we don't care about doing awful things. So that works. No, that's always going to give me 0, isn't it? I want that one. Oh, I want the button shouldn't crash one. I want to get that one back. Okay, so that works. Ah? When this crashes Chrome, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Okay. There's no way. Oh. JavaScript, it's cached this, hasn't it? So that didn't work. It was unfortunate. What else can I try here? uh, So, I would think this would be an easy problem, right? Oh, wait a minute. We know that at least one of these caused a crash, right? Why don't I just... So, we know these will cause a crash. So I can go back to the batch file, can't I? Well, why don't I just take... So we've got this. Start/w, get rid of it. Except we want to get rid of it everywhere. Sure. So take this, save it to disk. Yes. Overwrite it. Oop, wait, what? Why are you coming back? I'm also really concerned about the fact, I know you all can't hear this, but occasionally this is playing sound. Which raises some real questions about what's going on here. So I'm going to reboot again, just to get rid of all of this. So we know that this is going to cause a crash. So why don't I just let it crash? We can pop up all these windows. It's going to pop up 1,600 windows, but we'll know which one crashed that way, right? At least the thought here is I should be able to start this. Oh, you can hear it? I mean, that's really interesting that you can hear that, because OBS is set to not play sound. Like, there shouldn't be audio from my computer going over the stream. I guess maybe you might be able to hear it off my headphones, but I wouldn't think it'd be that loud. Okay, so we're back in. We're going to come in. Programs. Program files. Internet Explorer. IE, or del IE test.bat. Copy. Oh, I definitely have tinnitus. Okay. So this is going to be slow, but this should give us all the ones that crash. Like, this is definitely not the ideal way of doing this. Eventually we're going to run out of memory, aren't we? Because I've only got 64 megs of RAM. Actually, I don't know how much RAM I have. So I would think that this is going to eventually work. But I don't know. We know that when we loaded all the frames, we did get a crash. We weren't quite sure which one we had a crash on. So this is going to take a while to run. I think this should load everything, though. Right? Oh, I guess maybe that is plausible then, right? 39K per instance doesn't seem unreasonable. The question is am I going to run up against, like, a hard process limit or something? Ooh, that's pretty. Let's not save anything. Nope. So apparently we have now decided that everything is a download now, and that, okay. I'm gonna guess that we're currently running into a different bug here. That this is like, Internet Explorer, for one, has changed what font it thinks it should be using. And for two, has decided that HTML should not be rendered, it should be saved as file. Yeah. Okay. That's an exciting error. I'm guessing we can't load everything. Okay, so this didn't work, which is unfortunate. I don't have a way to go through and kill things. Like, if I could kill a process from DOS, I'd be in good shape. Because we can sit here, we can run it, we can say you have a second to run, and then we're going to kill you. How do I close a window? Because I can close my own window, right? No password. JavaScript close window. Window.close. So if I do that, I then want to do it only works for pop-ups. Oh. What if I do that? I have all these, like, I can pop it up. How does window.open work? Window.open JavaScript. It is supported in IE. Okay, so window open, URL name specs. So that will let me open it. Does this return the window? Yes. So then I can do... How does JavaScript set timeout work? JavaScript set timeout. So I pass it in a function. Oh, wait, why don't I just do this? So for var I is equal to 0, I is less than array dot length I plus plus, window dot open array I var w is equal to that, w dot onload w dot close. Right? That should work. Line 2. Pop-up blocked. Allow pop-ups. Go again. Why didn't that work? Line 1643. Oh, maybe I should just look at this, shouldn't I? w.onload is not a function. How? Is an audio buffer underrun? I can break, right? That's a thing. Window onload close. Yes, this is exactly what I want. I want to do exactly this. Oh. Okay. We're getting closer, though. I mean, what if we just do that? It would appear that we have now exhausted memory, and that my computer is very unhappy. Write the iframe with document.write along with the window.close call. I'm not sure how to do that. Okay, and we've killed our VM. Reset it again. Ow. That was loud. No, I don't want to run ScanDisk. Guess we're running ScanDisk now. Okay. This is so much faster than I remember it being. It's kind of crazy when you're running Windows 95 off a solid state drive, isn't it? Okay. So that didn't work. None of that worked. Yeah, at this point I'm sitting close enough to the mic, I wouldn't be surprised if I could pick it up on my headphones. I feel like this is close. So what if I do this? Frame array I document.write I. How do I make sure that document I want to JavaScript write to start of document? So I want to write something at the beginning of the document. Does this work? So it would appear 307. So see if that works. Come on, get out of there. So if we did instead 300 and we want it to go to 310, I would expect this to still crash. Did not still crash. Crap. Okay, you know what? We're doing the binary search stuff. Okay, so from 0 to I0 is equal to 0, I1 is equal to 16, or 16, 27, equal to I0, I is less than I1. Over 2. We're checking the bottom half. Okay. Timeout pop-up. So that only gave me part of a thing, it looks like. Oh, no, it did. Okay. So this might just work. What is this doing? So this is doing... So the problem is I'm not convinced that timeout will work. Like, I'm not convinced that that set timeout will work. So I'm okay with just searching for now. Over 4. Yeah, we can give it a try. How do I do block comments in JavaScript? Yeah, I'm starting to think it might be the fastest way to do it. Okay, I can just do that. And I want to do function popup if array.length is equal to 0, return URI is equal to array.pop, var w is equal to window.open, w.document.write, HTML, body, iframe, src is equal to plus slash iframe slash script set timeout. These don't line up quite right. I want to switch this to that. Timeout window.close a second. Set timeout pop up. Okay. Oh, I missed the URI in there. That makes way more sense. It's like, where is that getting used? Pop up. Okay. Let's see if this works. Got to include both quotes and URI, and both scripts are closing tags. They are indeed. I'm still typoing something. What did this give me? What? Does view source just not work? I forgot a plus. I did indeed forget a plus. Slash URI. Mouse. There we go. Nope. Still doing this. Did I not save? If I do this here, doesn't work here either. Iframe source, view page source. Okay, yeah, I'm totally writing something wrong. That looks right, doesn't it? You guys can see that, right? Yeah. I have /script first. No, we fixed that. We did have that for sure. Um, mm, yeah, I don't know what is causing an error here. W? W is not defined. Okay. Okay, we're going to search for a little bit. Let's get ourselves to a point where we have a crash that looks reasonable, and we can worry about this in a little bit. Refresh, 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 refresh. Come on, mouse. Mouse. I started with double quote and finished with single quote. I don't think I finished with a... I thought they all lined up right. Oh god, what is going wrong here? Oh, something is Breaking Bad. Okay. So that was over 8. $16 is still causing a crash. We're doing okay here. So something in the first 100 is causing a crash, if I'm reading this right. So we're throwing the WebKit test suite against IE 5.5 on Windows 95. 1627 over 32. We saved that, right? We saved that. Right, so we're trying to find... The goal here is to find and... Oh, JavaScript. To find and land a... IE 5.5 exploit. Maybe instead of using document.write, try document.title. Maybe. So that worked. So this is the bottom half of that search space. The bottom half of that search space does not contain it. So 1627 over 64. We want to do that over 128. Whoa, how did that happen? How are like getting redirected to... Okay, I'm not gonna ask too many questions. Let's make sure that this is working right. Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I hope it doesn't. Well, it's unfortunate, to say the least. Apparently my math is bad, and I should feel bad. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Because keeping track of it this way is hard. So, come on. Does F5 work? No. Wait, Control A wasn't a thing back then? Plus 50 does not trigger it. So... 1627 over 32 is some big number, right? No. That's 50. This is a little confusing. It's a marquee! I love that one of these crashes apparently uses a marquee tag. That is absolutely amazing. Okay, so we definitely were getting cached data, which is going to make this a lot trickier. So... I think we were getting cache data, and we need to actually close IE and reload it every time. How do I set my home page? There we go. That worked, right? Marquee. So the... Ooh. Yeah, the scrolling text that we saw there was what I was seeing. Oh no, this is going to be a problem now, isn't it? Don't want to restart you. Okay, so in the first 100, we cause a crash. In the first 50, do we cause a crash? We do not cause a crash in the first 50. Not a marked key, a marquee, like Anima when A said. Yeah. Sorry if my pronunciation is not great. Do not restart. Need to go change you. So 75 and 25. Should have done powers of 2 so that this would line up better. Okay, So it is between 50 and 75. Fortunately, this is the absolute lamest way to do this. That's odd. Maybe it is just the number of iframes. That'd be bizarre, right? I am very, very confused right now. It's always the worst when you're not quite sure how computers work because they're not working the way that you think they should be. Yeah. Ugh, this is the worst. Okay, so going from 40 to 50 causes a crash. Going from 40 to 40. This is not a real test. This is a real test. 40 to 80 causes a crash. No! So I actually was not moving my mouse there as it escaped away. That was the, like, hardware acceleration for the mouse going, I think I know where your mouse should be better than you do. Okay, between 50 and 80, we don't trigger it. Oh, that is something I hadn't considered. What if it's not that... we're saying memory corruption or something. If you notice in those, we actually get redirected to like a data page. What if there's like an iframe breakout or something where it's writing into our memory? And so the number of things matters because we need that to not happen before the actual crash happens. That'd be interesting. Interesting, but awful. So someplace between 50 and 100, we cause a crash. Okay. How do I do this right? I want JavaScript random. So function, yeah, it might be. Start, end, return, start plus math.floor, math.random, times end minus start. There's a decent chance there is a off by 1 in there someplace that I just don't care about. Okay. So if this works the way that I think it should work, what? Looks wrong? Why is it putting the same stuff every time? Why is the same thing in the iframe every time I do that? Why is the same data ending up in there? Sure, use WordPad. Come on. Document.write array I. The contents of the iframe are not reloading. That is awful. Okay, so this looks like it's working most of the time. So what we're doing here is we're just running one of these at random through the test. Okay, so this clearly doesn't seem to be doing at all what I think it should be doing. Okay. So the worst part is reproing it is not even our only problem here. We don't even have a good test harness to just say try all of these. I can repro it fine. It's run all of these things. You know what? We can just say, I give up, right? 0. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. Run them all! Okay. How reliable is this? So, the question here is, how are we actually crashing? Come on. Okay, I give up. I'm restarting this VM. Again. Beep, 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 beep. Fastest scan disk ever. Go, go, Power Rangers. Okay. Okay. Hmm. So what's next? We're gonna run this. Go. And what I want to see is, what does this crash look like? Because if the crash looks kind of reasonable, like if we have EIP getting overwritten by a like ASCII value, I'm not sure I care. So we're gonna take. Are you kidding me? I can't even select this. What is this load of crap? Awesome. Can't even select this. It's a lot of modules. Okay. So, Stack Overflow? No. Not necessarily true. I don't actually know what the situation for old Windows is. There was a point where Stack Overflows were exploitable bugs. But FD is a Stack Overflow, you say? I will believe that that is a thing. Because why would you lie to me? It would also explain why we're running into this. If each iframe is causing some nested thing, like if it's causing like a nested recursion for every iframe. Five is a seg fault, though. Pretty sure 5's a seg fault. T, yes, T, that's what I wanted. Did I miss a 0? Yeah, it's an access violation. Yep. What's weird is that I'm pretty sure this was before I changed things. Oh, come on. What do our registers look like? Too far. So none of our registers look like ASCII. EIP looks reasonable based on our last thing. And EDX, EBX, and EDI look like they're just over a page boundary. So I would totally buy that this is non-exploitable. Don't send. You know what? I can also do this. So frame is opening it in iframe. What can I do here? So I was thinking, if we open this, if we pop this up, right. So I can say, I want to have 100 pop-ups. I want to do the first 100. Oops. That's new. Do any of these crash? Or give us that wacky-ass error? That definitely looks wrong. Okay, so 100 is too high. Start. Let's try 50. By the way, it is crazy to me that opening 100 pop-ups causes your computer to crash. Like, I'm just going to throw that one out there. There was a time when that was normal. Okay, first 50 windows. Nope. We're gonna get there, guys. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. To be fair, we are looking at something that was designed 20 years ago. Actually, it was more than 20 years ago. It was probably designed 25 years ago, and like was in use 20 years ago. So I'm not super surprised that it has some problems when I do bad things to it. Thanks. I'm thrilled every time that happens, and it goes beep, 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 right into my ears. It's the only sound I'm getting, which I'm going to turn on now So the next time it happens, we're all going to share in that pain. The next time we have to do a scan disk, we will all get to hear the beep, 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 beep. Okay, so that is 32 windows. And it would appear that it was able to actually handle that. Okay. Next, so start plus 32, start is equal to 32 times 1. Okay. 2. This is actually working much better than I was expecting it to. The downside here that we're eventually going to run into is I don't think, like, I don't know how process separation and like kernel user mode stuff works in Windows 95. It's entirely possible that we're going to cause some terrible problems and not even know it until everything dies. Because I don't think it's very good. I did like the picture of Abe Lincoln it back there. That's a classy way to do it. All the best tests use Abe Lincoln. Yeah, so I actually turned on sounds that everybody else gets to feel my pain when we end up causing another scan disk. Ding! Okay. If I am counting properly, then this one should trigger it. The don't send. Of course, you're going to reload all of them, aren't you? Don't restart. So we did that. What do we want to do here? There's two different ways to do this. We can binary search, but I think I have the right one. So I think I'll do this so that it doesn't work. Are you kidding me? WK layout tests. It was like command exec something, wasn't it? dash I and in exec. Sure, we'll do it in this one. Wow, there's a lot more of those than I thought there were. Okay. We're going to do it this way then. We're going to actually do our binary search again. Because we know one of these causes a crash. Tools. Okay. So that should be the one. Crash 140261. What do I... Snipping tool. New. We want this right here. There we go. So now I have a screenshot of this for when I inevitably can't use computers and fail at this again. Yep. This time I thought ahead, and if I can get my mouse out of here, we have a screenshot of it. And this should help us get it back there. Properties. We're going to break this on ourselves again. Okay, so we want to do wk/layout tests. We will browse the rest of the way there. Layout tests. Editing. Exec command. Crash. I like how they have so many crashes here that they just number them. This one. Of course, it wasn't that easy. So back to searching. It would appear that going by whichever one caused the thing to highlight was not sufficient. Home. Where we add L. Home. Okay, so 32 times 6 plus 8. This should work. That did not work. Why did that not work? Oh, look at that. That one is highlighted. I wonder if that's the one we want. Format. And of course, it just deselected on me. But format block without body crash. Thanks. Isn't window tiling great? /wk. Yeah. Thank you. What was it? Editing. Without body. Format block without body crash. Hopefully this one does it. Yay! Okay. So I'm from the US. I live in the oh, look at that. And that's even the kind of one we want to have. That's a access violation, which is perfect. And the address we are trying to reach is, so if this is doing what I think it's, if this is telling me what I think it's telling me, we tried to read 70 F40491, which isn't great. But both 70 and 91, well, 70 is ASCII, so it's not ideal, but I will definitely take this. So what's actually going on here? So this looks very similar to the crash we had before. So what do we do with it now? Let's start by taking a look at what this one actually is. So this is out of here, WebKit, test, layout tests, editing, exec command, and we want to do format block without body crash.html. So what is this doing? This tests executing format block command without body element. I don't understand the words here. I am less than convinced that this is useful. Like, this is definitely a thing, and this almost certainly could cause problems. Like, okay, let's try the tried and true changing a read-only file. Thanks. Save it to my home directory, crash2.html. JavaScript heap spray. Come on. No. I just want to throw shit into my JavaScript. How do I do that properly? I just want a snippet of JavaScript to copy and paste into here to blow away my heap with stuff I control. Okay. Var stir. Stir is equal to many A's. For var I is equal to 0, I is less than I plus plus. Stir is equal to stir plus stir. Come on. You know what I want. Just do it. CP home sam crash 2, drop it here. And if we're really, really, really lucky, this is going to crash still. And it's going to crash with A's as like the thing we're calling. Here's it did not. So either I am bad at heap spraying, or we failed. I will accept both. So that should have allocated a big string. That's a good point. My string must have, yeah. Okay, so if I have 64 megs of RAM, then I should be able to make... That's a big string, right? That's a pretty big string. And should actually work. It worked quickly this time, at least. But it didn't do anything differently. At least not that I can tell. I don't see a long range of many A's either. You're currently working offline. Thank you. I do wish that I had better tools to work with this, because this is not where I want to be. Oh, I have multiple threads, don't I? That's awkward. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Okay. We have another option here, which is we can keep track of this one. We can say this is quite good, thank you very much. But we would like to continue our search and find one that is hopefully a better crash. Because with old software like this, sometimes you can get away with, you know what, we're just going to keep going until we get A's in PC. Yeah, that actually might be the way that we end up going. What I want to do here is I want to actually go through... Like, let's go through some more of these tests, and if none of the other ones jump out as being really awesome, we can go back and take a look at that one. Because I can't imagine we're stuck with only one crashing test case. Okay. So we are what? About a quarter of the way through? Like, this shouldn't even take all that long. Speaking of ways that we all know we're going to crash an old Windows system, let's go download a new font. I'm sure those are never having bugs in them. No one's ever seen a font bug, right? Okay, Jacob. Well, it was nice to have you. Thanks for coming. It is always good to have people who are interested in talking in the chat. And if you're interested, the plan is to continue streaming this until we have both a browser bug and a remote exploit for this version of Windows 95. And the normal schedule is Mondays and Wednesdays. Normally I start at 7 p.m. Eastern, which is about half an hour from now. But I think going forward, I'm going to try and start doing the Wednesday streams much earlier. Start about the same time as we did today, every Wednesday. So hopefully that means that more people are going to be able to catch it, because especially for the European audience, the 7 p.m. my time is crazy late for them, and going until 4 in the morning is a hard sell. So hopefully we'll be right back here next week. Hopefully having landed this already. Hopefully by Monday we'll have this working, but we'll see where we get. Come on. That did not work. Well, thank you, and hopefully things go well for you too. It is crazy thinking that all of these tests we're watching go by have at some point or another crashed a browser. Oops. There we go. Fortunately, this is the really boring part of the stream where I'm going through and trying all of these many tests to see where we fall out. I am shocked that jQuery causes problems. Yeah, no, like most of these, the functionality doesn't exist. The problem is I think going through and figuring out what functionality works for which of these probably takes longer than just trying to run them all. Like, I think it would probably take longer to figure out which ones we support than to just increment over it and say, oh, it didn't do what we wanted. Oh, it's a font window. That's what's happening. I was wondering what that big window that pops up sometimes is, and it looks like it's still the same downloading. Would you like to download this font window? The answer is no. No, I would not like to download your font. That's interesting. Yep. It's also a little surprising that we haven't found a whole bunch more as we're going. Like, I was expecting most of these to cause crashes, but I guess 5.5 has low enough support for different things that it just doesn't... None of these are supported enough to crash. Three. There we go. Mouse, why do you hate me? How many are there here? I need to go... if there's 1,627, what is that divided by 32? Oh, did that crash? Could have sworn that I saw a crash report. Okay. I'll believe that I am slowly going crazy as I manually increment these up and hope for the best. I really should be using Control A for this. Come on. I guess I was just seeing the "would you like to exit Windows" thing, and thinking it was a crash dump. That was a little interesting. Okay. Not a crash, though. Oh. That's interesting. So we need to go up to 50. Yeah. Well, at least some of them are. They may or may not be. Like, it's also possible that it's getting redirected to a page that doesn't exist. That's interesting. Looks like we're back into tests that are actually doing something significant, or stuff that we support at least. Come on. Only 20 more. 10 more. 20% more. That's interesting. Come on. Oh, this is interesting. I can no longer do anything. Okay. That's kind of exciting. Come on. Okay, we're gonna reboot and see if this is doing anything useful. Restart. Restart. Okay. Now with a fresh memory state, do you do the same thing? Yeah. Interesting. So like something happened that caused problems. Yeah, so I've turned on sound now. You should be able to hear the same things that I can hear. That is interesting. So that looks suspicious to me. In that some of that stuff looks like pointers. Like, this looks like binary data. I totally buy that that's a pointer right there. But we will keep going. We will proceed onward. Ever onward to what appears to, in fact, not be glory, and instead appears to be the same things we've had for quite a while. That, roll over there. Wait, was that PHP? Why is there PHP? Why is this in the WebKit test suite? Okay, come on. That's also a good point. We would likely see a lot more crashes if we had async on. But there's no good way to do that, at least not that I'm aware of. Like, I mean, it's a real shame. Like, if we were doing this on Windows XP, right? Running it in Windbg will overload the allocator and would at least get us part of the way towards that. Like, it would set memory for us and things like that. But almost there, and it looks like we only have the one crashing thing. I mean, the good part about this is that we're only doing the tests that we expect to have crash. So it means that we're not hitting some like random stuff. So because each of these should crash, it means that it's not just like a very small out of bounds read, which will almost never crash. These are ones that should always, 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 always crash. Ooh, a beep. Ooh, this is very unhappy. Okay, we're gonna reboot again and then see where we stand. And while this is rebooting, I'm gonna run real quick. I'm gonna grab a glass of water, and I will be back by the time this is back up, or shortly afterwards, because it's been rebooting pretty quickly. So I will be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. Clearly, I was wrong about that, and I was not back in time. I decided to stop and not just get a little bit of water. The mic really picks up noises around my place. Really? That's interesting. It should not be able to pick up much. Given that I don't think you should be able to hear the TV in the background, but okay. Oh, yeah, so the door, I have the sliding door to this room is probably what you heard, and then I also decided that just water was not sufficient. As we all know, if you're fuzzing, a beer will usually help too. And it's now late enough here that it seems reasonable. So, this is weird. And like, it's definitely doing things here that I don't like it doing. Come on. Close. Okay, so I guess none of these worked. It's getting pretty close to running out of test cases. I think we get 2 more sets of these? That's pretty. I think it's the last full batch. I think the other one gives us a little bit, but not much. Yeah. Come on. That's it. All those undefines don't work. That doesn't work. So yeah, we only have the one that actually causes a real crash. It's because we went out of bounds in the array. So it's just returning undefined. No. Okay. So, I guess we're going back to this other crash. Because it's all we have right now. So if we go back over to this thing. So we built all this. We threw it around a little bit. What are we going to do here? So we set all this up. How do I append to an array? JavaScript array append. Push. Var buffs. Var stir is equal to a. Can I multiply a string in JavaScript? Like, does this work? Oh, I can't do that. That'll work, though. And to make sure it doesn't somehow garbage collect it, document.write. There we go. Okay. So that crashed pretty quickly. We got a beep there, which was interesting. What are we looking at here? You know what? I like the idea of... Do I have Wireshark on here? You not currently have Wireshark on here. We're going to install Wireshark. And we're going to see what happens when we try and grab something out of this thing. Hopefully that does not include seeing all of my passwords going across the wire because I'm doing something incredibly dumb. But we'll see. Do-do-do! Sure. 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 Defaults all of the way. I mean, that's never screwed anybody, right? Defaults are always safe. Come on, finish installing. Okay. Blur, 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 blur. Next, run it. Okay. I want to capture... Sure, I'll buy that that's the right capture. And I want it to capture on IP adder is equal to 192.168.5.131. Right, that seems like a thing. Can I do it here? No. Okay. Does this work? Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted at all. But that's kind of prove that this is not working right. Which VM network are you on? Let's start with that one. Settings. You are on the VM NAT. Okay. So that wasn't going to work to begin with. So this needs to go away. I want to... Options. I guess on the Ethernet? It's not a bad idea. Sudo apt-get install Wireshark. Yes. Thank you, Miroslav. No. It won't get the crash reports, but it should be on the same network. So if I have it in promiscuous mode, I will see the same thing, unless VMware is doing weird routing shit. So Wireshark. Sudo Wireshark. Chomp, 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 chomp. Sure. Did you see that? You did see that. Okay. /crash2.html. Send it. That's the hope, right? The hope is that we're able to capture that, but it would appear we're not going to see that. Looks like VMware is not going to let us see that. Okay. So we're going to move this over here. Without saving, stop. We're going to just capture on my Ethernets. Stop. Go. Go. And I want to see. Where is that? Isn't there a bucket here? For like, isn't there a button I can press here to reassemble all streams? I don't want a graph. I want the little window that pops up with like the ASCII representation of all of them reassembled. So part of the problem is we don't know what it's trying to connect to. We know that it's trying to connect to something, but I don't think we actually know what it's trying to connect to. Right-click the packet. Ah. There we go. This looks promising. This is not promising. This is... So part of the problem here is that a bunch of this data that we're getting here, so I'm capturing on the Ethernet on the desktop here. And unfortunately, a lot of this is going to be me pushing to YouTube the data. Like, trying to do a... capture of this is going to be tricky at best. Single tile summary alias experience by name today market. So this was doing a get of msn.com, which is a little promising. And we have talk about the North Korea stuff. Apparently, I have a search from Facebook. Something about OneNote. More search stuff I don't think I care about. And yes, unfortunately, I know that you can't see this, but I don't want to put random captures from my desktop on stream unless I have a... Like, from the VM, I'm fine with it. From the actual desktop, I have too many other things running on here to put that on stream without it at least taking a look at it first. And it looks like we did not capture it, or if we did, Wireshark didn't know what to do with it. So what else can I do here? Like, all I want to do is I want to know you tried to report an error, yes? You tried to report, you claim you succeeded at... Ooh, is the event log still a... Was the event log a thing back then? Ooh, was Dr. Watson a thing? Yeah, that's a good idea. So drwatson.log. Do you know where that ends up? Dr. Watson 32.log. That might be an XP only thing. Where is it? No, yeah, documents and settings are not a thing yet. I have my documents. There are nothing in my pictures. The det log. System detection. dw.log. Yeah, so document and settings is not a thing until Windows NT. DW. Where do we see DW? I will totally buy that DW is a good thing, and if we were on Windows 98, we would be. In C. dw.log. I will buy that that's a thing. I will also attempt to open this in Notepad. I will fail to open this in Notepad, and we will see where we are. Oh! Seriously? That's super convenient. Wow. That is way easier than I thought it was going to be. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of PCs we crash on, which is good, I guess. Yeah. So we have that. Common files? Support. I want to know about support. I kind of want to call one of these numbers. I'm really curious if these numbers are still valid. Where's the US one? What happens when I call this number? 1-888-456-5570.
Thanks for calling Microsoft. To help us improve our quality of service, this call may be recorded or monitored. Now, in a few words, tell me how I can help you today.
I would like Internet Explorer 5.5 support.
You're trying to reach Windows technical support, is that right?
Sure.
I didn't hear anything. You're trying to reach Windows technical support, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, Windows technical support. If you need to purchase support using a credit card, you must submit your case and payment using our support site, support.microsoft.com/OAS. The cost of a single support incident is $499. If you need help completing your online submission, please hold and you will be transferred to the next available customer service agent who can assist you. Please note that they will not be able to process a credit card transaction for you.
Okay, well, that was amusing. I love that that is still a valid number that still works to get tech support from Microsoft. Unfortunately, their prices have gone up. I am not paying $500 to find out what they're going to do for me when I tell them, hello, I am trying to fuzz the Windows 95 Internet Explorer. Please help. Okay, thanks. Oh man, there's a whole bunch of different phone numbers in here. Wow. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this one says it's no charge for personal use, right? No charge assisted personal support. I'm glad that people don't actually charge for long distance anymore. 425-635-7123. Really hope this is going to like somebody's desk phone now. At least give me a voicemail. I'm thinking this number doesn't go anywhere. Okay, that's enough of that. I don't think there's anything else useful in this document, is there? Where did that number go? 425-635-7123. Wow. That's crazy that, like, they used to have a phone number you could call to get support for Internet Explorer. And this was just a thing. Hey, look at this. There we go. Internet Explorer 5 Resource Kit, Appendices. What happens if I email this guy? I kind of want to send an email to this. Oh, I don't have my email set up on this computer. I'm totally going to send an email to this guy and ask for whatever this book is. Okay. Anyway, so we have that. Windows 95 log. Don't want a logo, I want a log. I've seen the logo enough. Not the login. I don't want any of that. I just want the... Yes, this is exactly what I want. Ooh. Ooh, okay. How do I do that? Thank you, Anonymous. You're asking... Okay. What is Tweak UI? I like how this thing is, like, this is some random old piece of software that is... Oh, Power Tools. Power Toys, okay. So... how do I get that version of it? Tweak UI Win95. Yeah, sure. What is the worst that happens? I'm going to go and download whatever this thing returns to me. Because, like, pretty, like, not even concerned about malware getting on this thing. If your malware runs on Windows 95, congrats. Like, good job. Thanks for playing. We'll go home now. Window95.htm. Cannot be displayed. Okay. Tweak UI Win95. Why is this using Bing? This is a real question. Why? How does IE default to Bing? Come on. No. Now, one of many websites that will not work because we don't have the right SSLs. One of which appears to be Microsoft website. Come on. Okay, we're going up on this one. So let's search for this. Ooh, that is a good idea. That would totally actually work, wouldn't it? See, this is why Miroslav gets paid the big dollars. Tweak UI Win95. Yep. Don't need that. Making my icons transparent does seem like the way I want to go. Conventional memory tracking utility. No. Program monitor sounds useful. Let's get this. Don't need a font smoother. Do not want to change my password. Don't need to do that. This, though, I think is what I want. Yes, this is what I wanted. Ooh, there we go. MS Paint. Okay, so we'll kill this. It's not going to do anything useful. Make dir xes cd sudo make dir xes cd xes cp/home sam download star.exe here. There we go. 192.168.5.131 xes. Power toys. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's not a good reason not to. Like, it probably makes a lot of sense to just do it that way. No. Okay. So, what all did we just install, and when am I getting ransomware? These are the important questions. Like, I would actually be super excited if right now it pops up and says, all your files have been encrypted. Please send Bitcoin to... Like, that would make my day. Okay. So that installed. I also want Windtop. Ooh, fancy. I can show all threads even. Look at that. So fancy. Is there anything else in here that I should care about? I don't know. Settings, control panel. Here we go. Okay. I want paranoia. Okay. So, I can get my... There we go. Crash2.html. Thank you very much. Let's not send it. I don't think we care. Did we get our log like we were hoping for? In the Windows folder. Windows. I don't see a fault log.txt. You see a fault log.txt? I don't see a fault log.txt. Paranoia. Like, we totally caused a crash there. Crash2.html. Sure, send it. I don't care. Go for it. Was that an illegal operation? I don't think it needs to be an illegal operation. So according to this... Oh, no, these are registry edits. I might have to reboot. Maybe this will work. Right, so I think it's based off the 10 seconds of reading about this. Paranoia considers it an illegal operation. This claims that any error is an illegal operation. Send it. There's not a fault log there. There's not a fault log here either. Maybe after we report this error? Error reporting, preparing, error report. Yeah. Tell me more. Ooh, is that a thing? Come on. Come on. Come on, mouse. 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 Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, mouse. No, mouse. Come back here, mouse. I just want to click the buttons. Okay, so that's not doing anything useful. I did the thing. I checked the box. It's there. If I do reg edit HQLM software Microsoft Windows current version fault. Yeah, looks like it should work. Everything looks right. Just don't get my log file, apparently. Oh, come on. How do I... No! You're going in the wrong direction. Stop that. There we go. Is there anything else in here that might be useful? What in temp? Nope, that doesn't look useful. Hello, Dustin. Welcome to the stream. So we're currently taking a look at Internet Explorer 5.5. Because why not, right? On Monday, we got a copy of Windows 95 up and running in VMware, and we currently have a crash where, like, when IE tries to load this HTML, it crashes, which is great. We'd like to turn that into a... Ooh, Tracer T! We'd like to turn this into a real exploit. But right now this is actually kind of tricky. Like, right now, I can't even get a good way to debug this, much less do anything else. Like, I can't imagine they're... Like, how did people develop for this system if they don't even have a debugger? Like, the debugger will not run Internet Explorer. How did they develop on the system? None of that. Yeah, so what we want to do is we want to find... so when we run this crash 2, it's gonna send it's supposed to send an error report to Microsoft, and it's got a ton of information in it. I want a copy of this information, but I can't select this, so I can't copy it out. And I can't figure out where it might save this before it sends it off. I can't figure out how it sends it off. Everything is awful. How do computers work? I hate them so much. Like, all I want is the contents of that thing, so we can figure out what's going on and hopefully do something useful with it, as opposed to kind of just walking around in circles and not doing anything at all. None of those are useful. Okay. Yep, Windows 95. Wow, this guy sounds like an ass. Ugh. Come on. So what is this? Ooh, that'd be super exciting. Internally board.org misc proc explorer. Like a process explorer. Yeah, like if we had Process Explorer working, there's no way that actually works. Why are those just images? So supposedly Process Explorer 10. So supposedly there is a version of Process Explorer that would work. Okay. I'm skeptical, but I believe this. I don't want the latest one. I want version 10.06. Like I said, I'm super excited to find out there is CryptoLocker ransomware out there that is going to work on Windows 95. When I find that, I will be so excited. You have no idea. The sketchy Russian site, this is good. This looks awesome. 10 out of 10 will download. Will download and run as root. You know, it's kind of funny that the download.cnet.com is the sketchiest looking website we've gone to so far. So we're trying to find out what's going on. Right now, I am trying to track down a version of Process Explorer that is old enough to run on Windows 95. I always forget about, what is it? There we go. Here we go. Bam! I will totally assume that this is going to be legit. I'm going to run it. We're going to see what happens. Tool help API. Okay, this looks like a thing. I'm going to download this and we're going to see what happens, and it's going to be exciting. You know what? That looks like a real thing. I will buy that this is the right thing. We're going to run this. We're going to be completely owned in about 10 seconds. crap! I am shocked this works. Huh. Will you look at that? Like, I am super surprised that this is a thing that actually just works. Okay. We did this. We're calling... This is so good. Look at all this information. Send it. Okay. C, Windows, temp, this thing. We're opening this thing with Notepad, and we're going to see what happens. No! Why would you go away on me like that? Internet Explorer, I don't want to make you crash, but you're doing this to yourself at this point. It's mostly as a kind of experiment, right? Like, why not? It's something that what the crap is this? This looks useful. Yeah, this looks like a real thing. Hmm. Like, this looks like a memory dump to me. Looks a lot like a memory dump to me. But how do I get this thing off? I have this. I want to get it off here. What am I doing? Yeah, like, it looks good. Which raises a few questions. Why didn't we trigger, like, why are we... I'm really hoping that this is a mini dump and that they just don't call it that yet. Question is, how do I get it off here in a way that makes sense? Is there an easy way to do this with Python? Like, is there an argument to simple HTTP server to just... Oh, they still ship FTP, don't they? How do I install an FTP server? Good night, Goodvale. Thanks for coming in. Come on. There's got to be a good way to do this. Because it does ship with FTP, doesn't it? If I pull this up, yeah, this is an old version of Windows that still had FTP by default. What's the worst that happens here? Like, it's a VM. Pure FTPD. Go. Sure. Okay. Okay, well, this worked, right? Temp. Connect 192.168.5.131. Open? Open. Okay. Non-E moose. There we go. What? Open. User Sam. Yeah, okay. I want to put no data connection. What does that mean? What does that mean? This is okay, we're gonna try this again. FTP. Open. We opened. Yeah, do you have to go active? Is that a thing? Okay, we have this. How do I do that? Okay. Oh no! Did it? No, it has to. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. What? No, this is giving me the remote. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Yay! That's a good point. IE did FTP at one point, didn't it? There we go. So what is this file? Like, I have no idea what this file is. This looks promising. Just don't know what to do with this thing. What's the format of this thing? Oh, hey, what was that at the end? The end. Is it a real memory dump, though? I think the problem is I don't think we have a real memory dump. Right? If we did, I'd be super happy. But we're at least getting things, right? What is an MST? So what was the format of this thing? This was a... No, let me out. This was a .tmp. Okay. .mst file. What is a .mst file? That is not what I want. This looks like what I want. Is it? So I think this is from one of the ones we canceled out, because we crashed one of them, I thought. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to grab another one while we're at it. So error reporting completed. Crash2.html has not created one. Dump it. Where's C? CC. Just put it here. No, wait, no. Mouse, come back. Mouse. There you go. Copy. Paste. I can't copy it because it's in use. It is the right file. Die. Did you leave it there? You did leave it there. Okay. So that left it there. Yeah. Okay, we got it off. So this is what we want. That's interesting. Ooh, this is kind of readable. So we got I mean, none of it's what we were hoping for, but oh, interesting. So the address that I was talking about faulting was EIP. I didn't catch that. Thanks. I'm glad there was an internal error. 18a38a.tmp? What? What? Imder? No. Is it a .dmp? Oh, it is .dmp. Oh. Put 18a38a.dmp. Yay! Okay. So. Look at that. This is real data now. What the fuck is an MDMP crash report data? It is a mini dump. Oh, it's just a straight up mini dump. Okay. I can totally do that. See, I thought it looked kind of like a mini dump. I'm not crazy. We totally got a mini dump. Okay. How the crap did I look at a mini dump now? Okay. Like, how am I gonna do this? Is like Windbg gonna be able to open this? I don't want to use Visual Studio. That sounds awful. So yeah, Windbg should work. Do I have Windbg installed on my desktop here? I do not. Let's go grab Windbg real quick. Windows debugging tools. It was only a mini one. Download the exe. Oh no, we already installed the ADK, didn't we? What? Did we already install this? Nope. Yeah, we already installed this. I should already have this. I don't think we could do a lot of this stuff in Windows 10. Because of how we're doing a lot of it, I think it's going to come down to we just can't, like, we can't run this version of Internet Explorer in Windows 10. Almost certainly we can't. But hopefully it gets us something useful. Okay, go. So this is installing. But I don't know. Microsoft is really big about the backwards compatibility, so maybe it would just work. I don't know. And now we wait. certainly, Dustin. Thanks for tuning in. If you're interested, I do these usually twice a week on Monday and Wednesday evenings, so feel free to tune in later if you're so inclined. Come on. This is unfortunately one of those things that is quite slow. So... come on. Oh, that'd be interesting. Let's give it a try and see. Copy 1 slash home. Analyze mini dump. Sure, what's the worst that happens? I want to do... Grab this thing, download it. We're going to grab this. We're going to scroll through here. This one. Go! What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? It's so exciting. This is where we crash their server. It all, like, catches on fire. Like, it's so awful that, like, a sinkhole forms underneath the data center. It collapses into the center of the earth. We actually lose the entire state of California because of this. Ah! Okay. So it claims that this was Windows 98. That's interesting. This seems fine. We have an exception address, which is what we said it was. The instruction at... Okay. Ooh, hopefully this is not saying that this is just a null deref, and we spent all this time trying to make a null deref work. That'll be unfortunate if it is. Wrong symbols, wrong symbols. Okay, but I should have Windbg. Debug 32. Okay. Windows kits. I want this. I want to open a crash dump. I want to open this crash dump. Look at this. I have no idea if this is going to be exploitable. Like, I still don't even know what's going on. The exception information can be accessed via .ecxr. Okay. This is unhelpful. Why does it not have disassembly in here? This is less than ideal. Hmm. How do I dump bytes at EIP? Is that right? So of course it has nothing there because it's not mapped in. Oh, oops. Oh, thanks, Windbg. There we go. It should be good. So we have this. We have an exception. Unfortunately, it looks like it's not reading. Well, that's interesting that it's actually still claiming to be Windows 98. Hmm. Hmm. So, what are we doing here, and why am I doing it wrong? We have this. We don't have anything particularly useful here. What should I be doing? I should be doing, like, K. K doesn't tell me anything, except that we're here. Hmm. What am I doing? This is quite unfortunate. I was really hoping this would give us something, anything useful. But it looks like we don't actually have really anything. Like, nothing. Load the modules. So we can. We'll have to pull each of the modules off individually, which is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. But I mean, I suppose we can load at least this one, right? So what do we need to find? We need to find mshtmled. Where is that? Push WinZip? Yeah, although we don't necessarily know. I'm not actually entirely sure where we're looking for some of this stuff. Yoink. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Internet Explorer. Do we have a MS HTML in here someplace? It's not there. Not in there. Plugins. It's not a plugin. Where is it? The path is there. Oh. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? That it's not just lying to me. Replace start with stop. In S MS H MS HTML pd.dll. Okay, we can grab that. So what am I doing? I want to do. How did I change directories? Oh, well, this is awkward. Not MLS, not MCD. I want CD? It's just CD? CD, LCD. C colon Windows system. Put ms htmled.dll. That got shipped over. We can now come in here and we can grab this. So 192.168. We cannot grab this yet, but exes, we need to come in here and copy it. Back to one. Copy / home ms. Thanks for tuning in, Pete. It's been nice to have you. Got this. We're going to download this. Yes, I'm happy with this damaging my computer. Okay. How do I load this? Windbg load module. I mean, I can always do the, like, awful, terrible thing, and I'm just going to drop this in my own directory on this computer. And when this breaks everything and nothing ever works again on this computer, I'm going to blame all of you, but it'll be worth it. Where did it get to? Windows system. Doop. Okay. So that worked. Yep, that's exactly what I just did. I am sure that this is going to break everything forever and always on my machine here. Why? Oh, Windbg. Debug x86. Why does that not work? Kits Windbg x86. Grab this. I want to go. Nope. I want to go this. I want to go this. And I want to do .x ecxr. Yeah, we are trying to read from DLL enum class objects. Well, that's interesting. We can probably make a lot more progress on this than... Oh, window is in the wrong place. This is actually way more promising than I was entirely thinking it would be. So we don't get full symbols, but we do get some symbols. We were calling DL... Okay. Do I have a real debugger on here? Not a real debugger. This is a real debugger. I do not have the binary ninjas on here. I have them on a VM, but then I'd have to move everything around again. Yeah, at least my thought was that, well, so going back to the, like, JScript, like, that seems pretty plausible. I totally buy that we're doing stuff with JavaScript. I pretty much buy that that's reasonable. I'm thinking about how to go about doing this. I think what we're going to have to do is I think we're actually going to have to start reversing some of this and find out what's going on. I don't think there's a better way to do it than that. No, the offsets into your native Windows ones. Yeah, it's entirely possible that my offsets are just completely wrong now. But it does seem pretty plausible that we're hitting a null deref, because the crash description is that we're calling a command after having removed the body object. And like, I totally buy that they aren't checking to make sure that a pointer is non-null. Now that's all that this is. I'm not entirely thrilled about this. Can you map the null page? Map null page Windows 95. Thanks, endgame. Yeah. I do totally buy that this is a null deref, because that sounds reasonable, and it looks reasonable. And given all the strings we've gotten out of this, it seems pretty reasonable. With that said, though, the dw.log had a whole bunch of other crashes listed. So if we go back over to this, we had this, where is it? We had this DW log, which has a whole bunch of crashes, and while it seems super plausible that, like, this one, well, actually, if we go to the bottom here, come on. Like, I will entirely believe that these are all the same crash. However, it would appear that we're getting crashes up here that are not triggering, or that are either triggering differently, or that we're just not capturing right. Which is interesting. Oh, I can use .load. Well, good to know. Well, so the problem is given that this is a null deref, I don't want to run too much down it. That it seems very, very plausible that this is just a straight up null deref, given that that's what the mini-dump says it is. And if that's all it is, it's not particularly interesting. The only other thing to try is go in here. We're gonna go HD. Yeah, that might be the route we take. I'm not thrilled about doing it that way, because that's kind of gross. But if that's what it comes down to, we can always do that. But let's try this again. So you run this, it's going to take a lot longer to run now, because we're doing 2 orders of magnitude more allocations. And it's actually quite a bit more than that. Like, this is like, it's 256 factorial times more? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all. It's a lot more memory. So I'm hoping that this looks more promising when it ends up crashing. Come on. Oh, come on. It's entirely possible that I'm allocating way too much memory here, and that it's not going to work at all. So for people who didn't follow what I was doing there, I'm attempting to spray memory with A's. I'm just creating increasingly large strings to hopefully fill all of memory, or all like the reasonable memory, regardless of what size of free. Like, I don't even know what the default Windows 95 allocator looks like. Like, I don't know what IE is using here. I don't know what their allocator looks like. So I'm kind of just going, give me A's in every size you can make, from 0 up to, I think, 100,000 hex, which is a ton of memory. And hopefully that means that when this crashes eventually, that we end up puking everywhere, and we have a arbitrary read write would be sweet to have. That would give us someplace really good to work from. But we'll see. Till then, we wait. We wait, we wait, we wait, we wait, we wait. Oh. Come on. Come on. So slow. I guess I'm allocating way too much memory, aren't I? Like, this has entirely locked up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it an evening pretty soon too. I'm hoping... I think my plan right now is I'm gonna try and get one more crash dump off here. Ow. And once this is off, call it an evening. Because it has been a nice long day. Oh, I'll move this down so you can see better. Doop. Okay, and we're back. Crash 2.html. Run, 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 run. Doop. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you, little IE. I believe in you. You can crash for us. I know you can. Come on. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and watch this do nothing. I think at this point... Oh! Of course, all I have to do is start saying something, and it's going to clearly crash when I do. So what am I doing? I want to run... Come on. I want to... As soon as I say I'm going to start doing something else, is a court... Oh, come on. I want to run... Computer... C... Windows... Desktop... Speaking of which, it is crazy to me that the desktop used to be in C Windows. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Process Explorer. We have this. I want to kill this, and I want to grab 154c2.dmp. I can grab 145c2.dmp. That's DOS, cd tmp, cd temp. Yep. Ooh, that's a lot smaller than I'd like it to be. Like, that is tiny. That is big and I like it. That is tiny and I don't like it. Is it really that small? Something's not right. But FTP, going to open 192.168.5.131. Me, my password. Don't talk to either of us ever again. Put 154c2.dmp. Okay. And we're then going to come over here, refresh. No, I have to copy it. That's right. Come in here, cp home dot fresh. Ollie debug claims to work. Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. Ollie debug working would be interesting. I am at least a little bit skeptical of that, though. That is definitely worth investigating on Monday, I think. Okay. We're still ending up in the same thing. Okay. At this point, I think it's a safe assumption that I don't know what's going on exactly, and we need to come up with a different way of approaching this. So like I said, we just crossed over the 5-hour mark now for this, so I think it's a good point to call it an evening. Thanks again, everybody, for... I'll move this so we can read this while I'm talking. Thanks again, everybody who showed up today. It was great to have everybody. We had a lot of good conversations, and it's exciting to see that we have managed to crash our Internet Explorer 5.5. It's a little disappointing that we did not manage to actually land anything against it. But I guess we did spend a couple hours even managing to get anything working. The circles we ran around trying to get a test harness working, things like that. But at this point, we now have a way to not only crash Internet Explorer, but get crashes off and look at them. So this is a good first step. I think on Monday, we're going to take a look at seeing if we can trigger some of those other crashes. So we have those other crashes that claim to be in different places. If we can grab those too, I'd definitely like to take another look at those. Because there are all those other crashes which are in the dw.log, but we don't have crash dumps for. So it's a little disappointing that our crash we've been looking at here looks like it's just a null deref, but it's good that we can pull them off, and it's going to be a good way forward once we start making work. So, like I said, thanks everybody for tuning in. we'll be going live again on Monday. I think going forward, the plan is going to be to do Monday streams at 7 p.m. And I'd like to try and do the Wednesday streams at 4 p.m. So the same time we did this week, because this worked out reasonably well. It's definitely a much more taxing to do 5 hours of streaming than it is to do an hour or two. But we made a lot of good progress. We got a lot done, and it looks, at least to me, like people enjoyed it. So it definitely seems worthwhile. I'm going to at least try it again next week. We'll see where things end up after that. So, like I said, thanks everybody for tuning in. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them here on the video, or send me a message on Twitter, or get a hold of me on Slack or IRC or something like that. So, like I said, thanks everybody for showing up, and I will see everybody on Monday.